Namaste. Today I am dressed like a burglar, and it is my mission to steal your negative karma. I found a vendor that is able to transform that into something very valuable. It's God. Welcome to the beginning of another live Saṅgha. Today is an ASMR edition, ASMR Sunday I call it. Welcome dear Taryn Kira, Etol, Sky Guardian, hello. Hello dear Forest. Namaste dear Haley and Bibi. May you be feeling as well as you can be in this moment, and if you don't feel like that's true for you, may you find peace here. Today's Saṅgha is dedicated to relaxation, validation, affirmation especially, so I'll try not to raise my voice or go too deep into anything that'll keep you awake at night, sort of thing. Sky Guardian heard that I will be delaying my Saṅgha tomorrow as I have a podcast. Not mine, but I will be a guest on one, and I will keep you updated on that. Namaste, dear Dark Deep Web Films, dear Jeremy. Hello, dear Chloe, and Gregor G and Landon. That's right, we got the tiny on the hat, on the toque. Yippee! Hello, dear Nikki, and thank you for liking the live, Gregor G. How are you feeling, dear Gregor G and everyone? I would love to know, so I can hold space for that. It's nice to see you too, dear Lana. And a good observation, dear Minette, I feel very cozy. Bonsoir. Hello, dear Ragnhildur. You are feeling like bass, shares Gregor G. In your root chakra. Babblefishy, thank you for your tiny too. Yippee! Dear Chawarman, you ask, how did I get into Hinduism? I got into it in my university years after it kind of stole me from my studies. My studies eventually led me to spiritual ideas, and Hinduism seemed to be a very large and diverse expression of similar spiritual interests as explored by many yogis and sages over thousands of years, and that definitely piqued my interest. I like this Buddhist mantra that Chloe shares. Gate gate bharagate bharasangate bodhi swaha. My studies were primarily theoretical math and physics. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hello, the Oracle reads. Hello, dear Kev. Hello, Aesthetically Feral. You ask if I have any techniques to help with bad vibes. Those are the trickiest vibes. You may be surrounded by 99 different types of bad vibes, but as long as there's one good vibe, bring your attention to that and it will expand and fill the space. Well, you are a great listener from your friend, dear Chloe. Oh, and thank you, dear Lana. I can't promise friendship for everyone, of course. There's so many of you, and that's a treat in its own way. But in the ways that I can be there for you, it would be my honor. Thank you, dear Kev, for your TikTok. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Grace, you ask if I know my IQ level. I've never got it professionally tested, but no matter what my IQ level is, I know that probably the most important quotient that the world needs right now is high EQ, and that's an emotional quotient, as there's so many wonderful, smart people in this world, but I think there's a lot more room for more emotional intelligence and management skills for our feelings. I think that would make the world a wonderful place if we continue to expand on that. Because you can be really educated but still make stupid decisions. If you're feeling really emotional and you don't know how to properly manage that. Likewise, you may never set foot in a classroom in your whole life or pick up a book, but if you have great abilities to understand how you're feeling, I'm sure you'll make very well-educated decisions. And thank you, dear spiritual vibes, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, dear Nova. Hello, dear Giuliano. Exo Style. Etol, you ask, do I know the book Lesson of the Lotus? I'm very unfamiliar with that book. Perhaps you could tell me what it's about. I'd love to learn from you. Namaste, dear Anna. I'm happy that resonates with you, dear Grace. I'm happy you see a lot of emotional intelligence in our Saṅgha, dear Greg RG. I think we're all learning together. Jawaterman, you ask, do I think we can get rid of our ego? No. Second part of your question, or is it just who we are? It is who we are, and that's okay. Our ego is our sense of self, and the problem isn't in having a sense of self, but the solution is in expanding that sense of self to go beyond the body and mind. That's really interesting, dear Babblefishy. You say that working with developmental disabilities, people with those, you observe their emotional intelligence is off the charts. That's quite profound. Gregor G, you wonder if that is golden milk. The thing that I'm drinking from? This is orange juice. And that answers your question too, dear Robin, but hello. Om Mani Padme Hum. Thank you, dear Garrett, for the intention. Thank you, Grace. Hello, dear Mari Hum. And welcome, dear Anna. Thank you for sharing the live, too. And Julia Nails in Canada. Nice to have you here, and Maxine Johnston. And although Mariham can't hear me, someone please echo to them that I see them and I'm happy that they're here. Hello, dear Kairos, or Kiros. You can tell me the best way to pronounce your name. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your sharing of the live. And hello, Kiki. Now I'd love to set the intention for the space, since we're just beginning, and I have yet to do that still. My intention for this space is for us to come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. And I wish to be your humble host, and if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. Hello, dear 31 planes of existence. Oh, random questions are quite allowed, dear Jawarman. And thank you for liking the live, dear Traven. I know it helps make it reach a larger audience. And that's right, I am on Vancouver Island. But yes, I personally choose not to bring my attention to the concept of a new world order or anything like that. Instead, I try to empower my own ability to make the world what I want to see. And that starts with creating a new inner world order, creating order from within. Spiritual journey is an inner one, so it all starts here in the changes we make inside. Oh, hello, dear Emma. Nice to see you again. Dear Chase, you wonder what my meditative practice is, and thank you for sending love. My main meditative practice is honestly just being here with you. Might sound a little cliche, but if I can be meditative when I'm listening, or in this case reading, responding, living my life, in all moments there's a way to be meditative, I believe. So as far as sitting down cross-legged, stereotypical meditation pose, it's often rare that you'll see me like that. And hello, dear Cinders. And hello, dear Crystal. Nice to see you too. Yes, I am well, thank you. How are you? And Fernando, thank you for the warmth that you receive. Dear iHeartMatcha.com, you ask if there's any countries I would like to visit. Well, ideally, all of them. Especially the places where you are all at. And I'd like to know what places around the world we have here today. I think it's so interesting to find that out. And thank you, dear Lisa Ann, for your taps on the screen. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Namaste, dear Truth Seeker. Dear Lamel, you share you play Pokemon only during the hours of 3:01 in the morning and 3:23 in the morning. Now, why is that? You know, it's a very auspicious hour, 3 in the morning. It often falls into a time of the day called Brahma Muhurta, described in yogic scripture as the hour of God, when the first rays are becoming parallel to your horizon without actually touching the ground yet, illuminating the ether. It's a great time to meditate. Alright, let's see. Lexi, aloha from Hawaii. I love that. Mel's from Pennsylvania. That's very fun. Dear Taylor, you had asked, how do I deal with the knowledge of all the suffering in the world? Suffering by itself may not be knowledge itself, but what fills the space certainly is. Suffering is an absence of joy, of prosperity, of peace. and our ability to usher in joy, prosperity, and peace, that is true knowledge. That is to say, wherever there is an absence of these things in the world, bring your attention to all the good that you can help bring there. And that knowledge will fill you with purpose and meaning and acceptance. Hello, dear Shakira. You're on a work break. The work never stops. Always are we working towards something. It's just that a lot of the time, that something is rest. But thank you for stopping by and for sharing the live while you're here. Welcome, dear Mat Giza. I like your spirit of dance. Thank you, Shakira, for the heart me you had sent to Radhe Radhe. And dear Ward Jason, thank you for your heart me. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Zinders is watching from England. How lovely. Yeah, you're very welcome, dear Taylor. Welcome, Tin Man and Alicia. Dear Chawarman, Nisha, you really respect my answer on the New World Order thing, but how can we ignore all these agendas and chaos they cause? A great question, and thank you for responding so politely from another perspective. Ignoring problems certainly won't make them go away, that's for sure. So I said, how did I put my words? I said I choose to bring my awareness to the things that I can control first. If I didn't put it like that, allow me to put it like this instead. So rather than not being aware of the suffering in the world, we can be aware of it, absolutely, and it's probably good that we are. It's definitely good that we are. But what is that awareness going to do for your life? If it's something that's in our control, then let's bring our attention to solutions rather than problems. Let's be solution-oriented. What can we do? And if there are aspects that are inevitably out of our control, then how can we find acceptance with that? Because that's all we can do with something that we can't change, is learn to live the best version of our lives that we can, in spite. Personally, I believe that all great change in the world happens first from within. If there is a lack of anything in the world, it must first be created inside, and then we can begin to manifest that outside. So in any case, regardless of the situation happening outside our bodies and minds, how can we first make change inside? How can we flush this system with order and peace and love, and then begin to radiate that around and create movements that circulate around the world? All this is to say, never underestimate your ability to make change from starting with your own self. I like the way you put that, Kiki. It's like we can't pour from an empty cup. Yeah. sorry that dear Mariham seems to be having connection problems, but love is being sent her way regardless. Hello, the letter Y. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, dear Jason. Goblin, you're wondering, what's the vibe tonight? Whatever we choose to create together. I love your passion for solution orientation, dear Hexivium. You're always welcome to share yourself. Now, in other topics, user 672 asked, what is my favorite fruit candy? I think all of you, because you're all pretty fruity and pretty sweet. Hello, dear Tacoma. You share that you feel like you've done enough. Do I have advice for you to keep exploring? Feeling enough shouldn't be based on what we have done so far or what we have to do yet. But if you are involved in a process of conscious life, that is enough. Our achievements, as great as they may be, and as deserving of rest, you certainly are, they fade with time, and slowly we lose purpose. So we always need something to do, even if that something is attending to our body and mind. Never underestimate the value in taking care of this before you take care of what's outside, because it's your instrument to do more. So perhaps shift the focus from something outside to this body, this mind, and I'm sure you'll continue to feel enough as you are part of an ever-expanding and continuing process of conscious life. Dear Dawn, you just wanted to say thank you for being you. What a wonderful sentiment that is. Thank you for being you. Thank everyone for being everyone. And that includes those who are just listeners of the space. You're always welcome to be here without commenting, but I honor and acknowledge you. Thank you for being you too. You're very welcome, dear Chawarman. Dear Greg RG, you're wondering if we'll ever get jazz background music again. We'll see. I think I have to. I don't think you'll let it go. And thank you, Ivana. It's beautiful, Hexivium. Hello, Fotnik. The truth shall set us free is that deepest part of you is the deepest part of me, and that unity is the key to our sovereignty and independence. How poetic. Namaste, dear Edwin. Welcome, my friend. Zoe, you ask, how can you love yourself and act more like you do? You are love itself. And you have come here as love to make the world a more lovely place. You are not part of this world in the sense that it defines you. But your body and mind is a part of this world. And you are something even greater than that. Your duty is to love every aspect of this world, and that includes your body and your mind. Because they are your instrument to bring love to other things. We can't expect to have anything else feel the love that we have to offer if we don't flush this system first with that love. Just by filling your own self in the form of body and mind with love, which means taking care of each part. You could even do a meditation around that. You can take your hands and touch parts of your body that you feel insecure about, and just imagine filling that part with love and acceptance. Maybe it's your shoulders, maybe it's your nose, maybe it's your eyes, maybe your cheeks, maybe the shape of your face, maybe it's your chest, maybe it's your tummy, hips, maybe it's your toes, whatever it can be. Engage with that part, bring it love and attention. Don't be afraid of that part. Flush the system with love and acceptance. Every thought that we have creates a vibration. And our body, our whole body becomes like a node that creates ripples in the whole of the fabric of space-time. So what we do with this sends signals to the rest of the universe for how it should be too. How you take care of yourself informs the universe around you how it should take care of itself. You want to see more love in the universe, then begin by putting that vibration into this body and this mind. In other words, see self-love as something selfless. Because the more you love yourself, the more that you teach everyone in your life how important it is for them to love themselves too. You know? Welcome Bastian Silva and Stoic Monkey. I'm happy you like the music tonight, dear Ushabai. And I'm happy that you love this live, dear Finding Bliss. It's good to flush this space with love too. I love all of you. Just by default. Because I make no assumptions about whether you're lovable or not. You just are. It's the truth. We can teach others how to love others by loving them. But the only way to teach others how to love themselves is for us to love ourselves in their presence. That's a parenting tip, even though I'm not a parent. But I am a child of parents. And seeing my parents love themselves, I look at that and in my childlike gaze I go, oh, I should do that too. They can tell me how lovable I am, but that teaches me how to find lovability in others, which is great. But the only way for them to teach me how to love myself is to watch them take care of themselves and give love to their body and mind. If you value the positivity here, dear Kaiser. Good evening, dear Lizzie Rose. And thank you for finding beauty in the same soul that we share. No, I'm unfamiliar with that is, dear Mikabhane, but welcome back. It's been a while, and I hope you are well, my friend. Thank you, dear 31 planes of existence, for your hand hearts. There's some for you too. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Hexivium, you have a concept that I may be interested to explore. Well, do share. I'd love to make space for you to express yourself here. So, now that I've gathered you all here, or you all have collectively gathered me here, I'd love to read from another section of Moksha, liberation. And may this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. And then we'll continue with our Saṅgha. Let's see where we left off. Our dear protagonist, an American woman in India for a conference, has discovered from her associate Pepe that the young girls that Pepe was fostering had been kidnapped. And our protagonist had promised that she would go and find them at whatever the cost. I sprinted across the yard. The familiar stench of urine and feces, tinged with a hint of sickening sweet rose attar, wafted in from the communal toilets of the camp across the road. I took a deep breath. The sweet smell of home, I thought. This was my world, my reality, with its flaws, inconsistencies, and sorrows, but mine alone. The one I choose to live in, the bare ground where nothing grew, the overall sense of abandonment. For over a century, the convent of the Sisters of the Poor had stood in serene isolation in the midst of mangrove forests, serving as a hospice for terminally ill nuns. In a shockingly short time, a few years, this lush landscape had turned into an arid desert. First, well-meaning government programs financed the clearing of the mangroves to make way for cash crops of rice and palm oil. These interventions were abysmal failures that left the land barren of nutrients, unable to support any form of vegetation. The final blow was the arrival of a multinational with plans to build a bottling plant for their sodas. Holding out the promise of well-paying factory jobs, the company was allowed to tap into the aquifers for pure clean water, fundamental to the manufacture of their fizzy drinks. When the aquifers dried up, the company closed the plant and moved on. The Vatican chose that moment to issue an edict to shut the convent down on the grounds that it appeared to be a luxury. But that was also the moment when the first broken and bloodied people from Sri Lanka began to arrive. At first, the conflict on the island was considered a minor skirmish that was expected to be resolved when both sides came to some agreement. But soon the skirmish expanded into a full-fledged civil war, with each side armed with an impressive array of sophisticated weapons. Fierce battles ensued, and very soon boatloads of panicked people reached these shores. They made do with blankets on bare ground in the expectation that they would be returning to their island paradise soon. Then, makeshift tents cropped up. Inevitably, international aid agencies declared this a humanitarian crisis and showed up with their ideas, programs, and money. A tract of land inland adjacent to the convent was secured and the refugees relocated. As the war dragged on, tents gave way to masonry structures. Soon there were cafes, markets, a school, and several cinemas. It was a busy place that extended in all directions. This turn of events was a godsend for the Vatican, giving it the scope it needed to expand the boundaries of Christendom in a country stubbornly resistant to its message of peace and love. Mother Gabriel, the CEO of a large hospital in County Cork, was recruited and dispatched to join the Great Refugee Game, her mission to save souls, not lives. Her first order of business was to transfer the dying nuns to some outpost. Then she anointed poor village girls with no dowry or marriage prospects as novices. Finally, she hired Pepe and I to raise funds and efficiently manage the acquisition and distribution of food and medicine. At night, she drew up plans for a new clinic, church, and school. The game was on. It was morning assembly, and the good mother was on the veranda, pacing, lecturing, and wagging a finger at the trusting, upturned faces of the novices seated in 2 neat rows on the floor. She was a tall Irish woman, at least 6 feet in her socks, with a pallid complexion and a steely blue eyes behind rimmed glasses. She paid no attention to encyclicals from Rome that allowed normal dress but wore a most severe, thick, possibly flannel, black habit with a starched, startlingly white, frilled structure that encircled her broad, plain face. "We must embrace suffering," she exhorted. "We must run toward it. Jesus died for us, and we, the guilty, must pay our debt. His suffering is our suffering. We must run toward it. Do you understand?" The novices nodded solemnly. At my approach, she gravely cast her gaze on me. "You are back," she said. "Go into my office, please." Her office was spacious but spare. Its only incongruity, a new oversized desk stained with a dark brown and strategically placed in front of a bank of windows. This way, while she was bathed in shadow, her visitors, seated on low, hard chairs opposite her, squinted and squirmed against the glare. Drawings for the new clinic, the first phase of the development, were spread across her desk. When she came in, I handed her the conch shell I had purchased in Rameshwaram, wrapped in newspaper and tied with string. She placed it at a far corner of her desk. "It's a conch shell," I said. "The place is famous for them." I had been allowed to attend the conference at some expense so that I could network with foreign corporations saddled with large amounts of cash. But I had returned early and with nothing to show for it. The only contact I made was with Sid, and he did not fit the corporate profile we were pursuing. I took my seat, twisting around slightly to check on my map pinned to a corkboard of the wretched settlement across the street. The mapping of the refugee camp that Pepe and I updated every week was my brainchild, designed to target deliveries of supplies more efficiently in a constantly evolving environment. "Glad to see Pepe has updated the map," I said. "About the children." "Oh yes," she said. "I've heard from the police. They are safely home. Now tell me, Home? I exclaimed. They can't go back there. Home was where they were tortured and abandoned by their families. Pepe found them and took care of them. He was protecting them. Some men came and beat him. His bruises. She slapped a large fleshy palm on the desk. Inspector Chetty and 2 policemen were here to arrest Pepe for kidnapping, she said angrily. He would be in jail if it were not for me. We should have never taken them in. They are not refugees. We cannot afford bad publicity just when we are beginning to make progress. If these people even imagine that we take away their children, we have come to a deep, dark, primitive place to spread the light of Jesus, and this is not a primitive place, I cried out. This is a 10,000-year-old civilization. That village headman, Raja, is just a very bad man and an ordinary criminal. He is the one who had to be paid off before he would allow us to vaccinate his own people during the cholera epidemic. He's the one who sold their precious aquifers to that bottling company and pocketed the money. Even as I spoke, I knew the situation was hopeless. She was right. The girls could not be removed from their village, no matter the circumstances, and especially not by Christians and foreigners. The village headman could rally a mob in minutes to burn down the convent on the merest hint that the nuns were forcing the girls to eat beef, for example. Pontius Pilate had spoken, but she was not done. You returned early, she said. Did Pepe ask you to come back? No, he didn't. I passed on an exaggerated smile. I did connect with a number of corporate sponsors, but I was about to plead illness to explain my early return when the phone rang. She picked up the receiver, listened for a minute, then turned to me, her pale face flushed with excitement. There's been an explosion, she said. All hands on deck. She returned to the phone. Father Joseph, we will send our dear young novices at once to take care of the wounded. She was in her element, and I let myself out. I ran toward the warehouse, but stopped short at the sepulchral. Oh my goodness, this is one of those words I have a challenge with. Sepulchral chapel, a dingy one-room dilapidated structure adjacent to the convent cemetery that was soon to be demolished to make way for a magnificent light-filled cathedral that would rival San Thom in Chennai. I stepped in expecting to be alone. I needed to compose myself before I could face Pepe. In the first pew, I could just make out one of the novices hunched over and weeping convulsively. Perhaps someone close had died. Perhaps she was just lonely. I took a seat at the rear and stared up at the faded mural of a sorrowful crucified Christ, the crown of thorns, the bleeding wounds. "Oh, most merciful Christ," I murmured, "please make light of that young woman's burden." After a few minutes, I slipped out and shut the door quietly behind me. And we'll pause our reading of Moksha, liberation, there for now. So thank you for listening. Sounds like as we continue the beginning, the rising action is definitely on its way. The poor girls have been returned, quote-unquote, home, back to their abusers, and suddenly there had been an explosion somewhere, and now someone in the chapel full of tears. Oh dear. Not a positive ending point, but we have only just begun the story, and I have faith that it will continue to expand and contract just as our breath may vary from rapid and shallow to smooth and deep, and eventually find equilibrium. Thank you for listening. I look forward to continuing reading this with you next time. Namaste. And now we can transition from our Shravana, our listening portion of the Saṅgha, to our Manana, where we can continue to engage in anything in our hearts and minds. Thank you to those who sent a gift while we were reading, and for your patience, and welcome everyone who joined while we were reading too. And welcome Michelin and Dear Willow and Carnation Counter. Thank you Suzaramo for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Happy you found that reading wonderful, dear Photonik. You share your homesick and my soothing voice is so healing. All of the healing exists as a possibility within you already. I'm only grateful that the universe chose, along with you, this moment for some of that to take place in my presence, and that's a gift back to me. Thank you. Hello, dear Donsuela. The Yippee Took is indeed out. Yippee! How are you, dear Donsuela? How is everyone doing tonight? Hello, dear Anazak, and thank you for your heart me. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. Now, dear Greg RG, will I relieve you of the suspense at the end of the Saṅgha? Well, I can relieve you of some suspense now. Know that it is not the intention of our lovely author, dear Tara, to write a book that keeps you from peace. And if you trust that even in this moment there is a greater process of becoming happening through the story, then you are already relieved. But we will be doing an extra special meditation at the end of the Saṅgha. Hello, Glass Ghost. Namaste, dear Inevitable. Hello, the Raging Light. And thank you, dear Mila, for your heart me and quintet of finger hearts. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And thank you, dear Photnik, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. You missed it? You were busy arguing? Well, that's what you get for arguing. Fortunately, I record all of the readings, and you're welcome to catch up on the YouTube channel where I post them. Do I feel pretty fortunate that I woke up with my hair still there today? Asks Glass Ghost. You were going to steal it last night? I am sure that even if I woke up without my hair, that it would be an opportunity for me to find something to be grateful for. Like the time I had with it. And now I have the opportunity to relate with many people who have hair loss or choose to be bald for whatever reason. There would be an opportunity in every circumstance. I'm drinking Swamiji juice. It's made from blended Swamijis, hence they're always wearing orange. This is pure Swami essence, Swami Rasa. Hello, dear Haley and Elaine. Or wait, you told me how to pronounce your name. Eliane. Is that right? You can tell me again. That's right, Krista. I was drinking Swami juice. Swamiji juice. Well, I appreciate that, Glass Ghost. That's right, drinking the Swamiji juice gives you Swamiji powers. Juice is a part of a healthy sattvic or yogic diet. Fresh pressed juice especially, without added sweeteners. And a sattvic diet is important for a sattvic mind, which is what Swamijis are after. What's it made of? Asks Kristen. It's made up of Swamijis. No, it's made up of oranges. It's just orange juice. Now I have a question for all of you. Dear Itol, you're wondering, what does Swami mean? Swami is a Sanskrit word that means husband of the Divine Mother. It's often used as a title for Hindu monks, that they take on the vow of Brahmacharya, and instead of falling in love with any person in particular, they fall in love with the divine within everyone. In other words, they marry the Divine Mother, which exists within all of us. You call them Swamis. But no, this is probably about the farthest you can get from fresh pressed orange juice, given that it came in concentrate in a can, which was on a shelf for who knows how long, and probably has added sweeteners. So it's not as sattvic. And I am guilty of that crime. Anyway, I have a question of the day for all of you. If you can pardon my sins. Today I wonder, when the spirit of the mother is awakened, what happens? And that is my riddle-like question today, but please know that there's no right answer, that I'm looking for at least. And there's no wrong answer. Whatever this question means to you. Radical nurturing, shares Babelfishy. I love that answer a lot. Radical nurturing. Haley, you ask, have I fallen in love? I fall deeper in love every day. Thank you for the follow, dear Habichi. You listen to voices, shares Anna. And what kind of voices? The voices of the innocent and vulnerable, of the children of the universe. Greg RG, you share that she asks if the fire is burning down, and if not, why I wake her. You share that one word in that sentence was meant to be house. I'm not sure which word was meant to be house. Oh, if the house is burning down, that would make sense, rather than the fire burning down. Yeah. We remember our connection to Source, shares the Oracle reads. I love that. And welcome, Dalita. Hello, dear Sun Seeker. Do I feel like telling you all a story? Oh, I'm sure there'll be room for storytelling in a little bit when it arises naturally. Hello, dear Anna. Fotnik, you share, when we feel our universal mother's love, we are incapable of destruction or hate. I like that. Unless the mother calls upon us to destroy and dismantle the systems of hate and oppression itself. Greg RG. You share, metaphorically though, if the house was burning down, spiritual house, maybe she helps. Of course, she is the spiritual house, as the body of the spirit. Dear Sky Guardian, you share that your debate has ended in agreement. I'm happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. Jaya Kalima. Dear Dansuela, you share, when the mother is awakened, the recognition of her divinity in us and others gives way to compassion. Oh, how beautiful. That fills me with joy. What a moment, shares Anna. Indeed. And welcome back, Mariham, and Hamish, and Franco, Crypto, Doja. Welcome back, Jason. I really enjoy these answers. I had no expectation. Originally, I had a slightly different question in mind. But then as I was typing this, I felt inspiration to just kind of leave it open-ended. And I'm so glad I did, because you are all so good at filling in the gaps. Usha, you share, you turn anytime you hear a child calling, Mama. That's very true, I've seen that. Yeah. And I remember being a kid at a playground saying, Mom, and then all of the mothers turning and looking at me in my peripheral vision and on each bench and, you know, wherever you are. Because they all go by the same name. Right? Even if I'm with my mom, if someone says, Mom, my mom will turn. Like, no, Mom, I'm here. It's a different kid. Yes, that is very adorable. And I love that. Oh, that's very sweet, dear Mariham. Thank you. I know there's a lot of people in the world right now who are mothers at heart, but are missing that connection with a child. And perhaps that is how the universe begins to awaken the Divine Mother within them. They begin to find that there's a child within everything, waiting to blossom. And it's the grace of a child that it waits until there is the presence of the mother in order to do so. It's like those birthday cards that when you close them up, there's something trapped inside. Maybe it's one of those wind-up paper butterflies or other springs and stuff. You open up a birthday card and so much pops out. It's all in there. I think children are like that. They're just a bundle of joy, all compressed, compact, folded like origami, transcendental origami in this little package. And they're just waiting until eyes are on them, and then they grow and give so much fulfillment in the hearts of everyone who watches. Goni shares, "Hey Yam, thank you for sharing so much love and wonder. Thank you for being receptive to so much love and wonder." That's on you. Good job. Dear enlightened empath, you ask, can I speak on health anxiety? Absolutely. You know, when you put your earbuds in and you have such an appreciation for getting lost in the music that you turn the volume all the way up. And the louder it gets, the more you can just lose yourself in that, because you recognize the preciousness of this moment. But there's a limit to that. If you continue turning up that volume dial, eventually it gets too loud and it's no longer music. In fact, it can even hurt your ears and your ability to listen to music. So too, you recognize the preciousness of health and you value it. And so you've turned up the knob of carefulness. And the more careful you are, the more you can enjoy having health. But if you turn that carefulness up too much, then that begins to take away from your quality of life in the form of health anxiety or other forms of fear. So recognize that it comes from a good place. The value of having health is so important, and your carefulness allows you to appreciate it and maintain it. But the dial's turned up all the way here. That's no good. I definitely can't take care of my health when the dial's turned up all the way to max, and it's hard to have room for other thoughts. Now there's just fear and worry, and that's eating away at my own health. I'm happy that resonated with you. One of the best things you can do for health is to have a peaceful mind. Many studies have shown, I'm sure, that if you maintain equanimity in your mind, your body reflects that, and vice versa. All children are heavenly, shares Fotnik. I like that. Dear Kristen, you ask, do I want children? Well, at the moment, I still feel like a child. So I don't think I'm in a position to answer that question. I don't feel like I'm missing a child in my life because I am the child in my life. Ragnhildur, you share when the spirit of the mother is awakened. Her children become safe and protected. I love that. Thank you, dear Ushabai, for your hand heart. And fest burst. That's fun. I love a burst of festivity. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. And Sunseeker, you share. We start our spiritual awakening. We see, feel, hear things for what they are. Balance. And I'm happy that my previous answer resonated with you, dear Elias. And thank you for sharing a song that you love, dear Glass Ghost. I tried to play music that doesn't have copyright or royalties, so I tried to play music that doesn't have copyright or royalties, so I think my internet disconnected me from you for a moment, but if it has returned, do let me know. And welcome Fifi and dear Catherine. It has returned. Thank you for letting me know, Melinda and Ragnhildur. And the oracle reads, Taylor, you had asked, am I in a relationship? I am in a relationship, but not with anyone in particular. There is a kind of love flowing between me and people in my life, but it's an all-inclusive kind of love. It sounds complicated, like that relationship status that is on Facebook or used to be. Single, in a relationship, it's complicated. There should be another option that says, so simple to put it into words would overcomplicate it. The simplest kind of relationship you can have. So simple that trying to grasp it would overcomplicate any part. Thank you, Anazek, for your finger heart. There's one for you. Om Vram Bhairvai Namo Namaha. So simple that it's impossible to explain. I like the way you put that. By the way, is your profile picture Boba Fett? Or is it the other Fett? I forget how to tell them apart. There's Boba Fett and Jango Fett, I remember. I grew up on Star Wars. Star Wars was my life for a while. Hello, dear Edward. Oh, there's another Fett, that's right, from The Mandalorian. Mando Fett. It is Boba Fett. You have a shameful amount of Star Wars collectibles. Well, your passion for finding yourself lost in another universe or another galaxy a long time ago is not shameful at all, but beautiful. Dear Taylor, you wonder, where am I from? Same place as everyone, ultimately. But this body decided to crop up in the womb of my mother in Canada. Thank you, dear Hybrid Gen, for your fest burst. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Hello, dear Michelle. And my father is also Canadian. And you loved Boba Fett, Share Sunseeker. He was cool with his rocket pack and tools. Very cool. Yeah. I would love to play him in Lego Star Wars or in Star Wars Battlefront. Great character. Nice to have a jetpack. And his bouncy bombs. Is that what they're called? Dear Kristen, you ask, how do I feel about paganism? I don't know much about it, other than I know enough to know that it is not what one may make it out to be if you were to read the Bible, which is highly critical of paganism in its modern translations and editions. But truly, the very same divinity that's at the heart of Christianity is one with paganism. So I see it all as one, and not just them in particular, but all the world's religions, just described in various ways. And thank you, dear Edward, for your rose. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Karin Devi Narayani Namostute. Now, the kind of Star Wars Battlefront I was referring to was the classic on the original Xbox. I'm not sure if there's a way to play that today. Actually, no, I think it's available on Steam still. I'm just not sure if there's any servers still up. And they remastered it recently, if I remember correctly. I think my father bought that for himself and for me to play with him too. The remastered version. Dear Taylor, you wonder if I work somewhere when I'm not on here, if I'm willing to share that. I don't work anywhere. Not even here, because this isn't a job. This is my free time, and this is my favorite way to spend my free time. And I'm so grateful that in my free time that you find value in the space we share together, and through the voluntary donations, which I never even expect at all, it's enough to cover all of my basic living expenses like food and toiletries and medication. And I couldn't be more grateful for that. Now, I haven't actually played a video game in, well, I was going to say I haven't played a video game in a while, but I just showed Sky Guardian how to play Minecraft the other day. Off of stream. What? Shares Gregor G. Yeah. He was saying that Minecraft's a terrible game, and I said, well, What if I offered to play with you? That changed his mind. Dear Zoe, you're wondering what medication? Right now, I'm on a very, very small amount of mirtazapine, which can do many things. It can be prescribed for sleep, anxiety, and increasing in appetite. And actually, that was a triple fit for me at the time when my doctor prescribed it for me, as I was struggling with all three of those things simultaneously. Unfortunately, it's a really physically addictive substance, and so it's difficult to get off. So over the past year or so, I've been lowering my dose from 1 pill to half a pill, to a quarter of a pill, to an eighth of a pill, and now I'm probably at like a 1/12 of a pill. So just like a fraction of a milligram. But even without that, I think my body might experience some experiences of withdrawal. So it's a slow process, but I'm taking it as slow as possible to respect my body's limitations and abilities. Dear Dawn, you share, when the mother is awakened, everything comes together, and we cannot get between her and the consciousness. I love that. Thank you for your belief that it's easy to get off. Unfortunately, I'm speaking from experience, as I've tried several times to quit over the process, and after a few days my body goes into shock, and it even sent me to the hospital once. So every body reacts differently, and I guess my body reacts pretty intensely, unfortunately, to it. And but it's okay. I'm working with doctors to be able to make it an easier process. And thank you, dear Mats, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Taylor, you ask, do I ever message anyone from my live streams to build a relationship from here? It depends exactly what you mean by that. Please know that if you do get a message from me on this app, on TikTok, on TikTok, it's not me. I don't message people on this platform. That's due to the fact that there are impersonators who are asking for money and things like that, and to just make it straightforward to distinguish between if it's me or not, it's not. If you ever wanted to message me, you can message me on other platforms, and I will respond when I get a moment. But not to build a personal relationship per se, but simply as an extension to the Saṅgha. If there's something that I can attend to there but I can't hear, for example, if you have a more private inquiry, to respect your privacy, or if I was unable to understand you, maybe you didn't have enough space to type something here. For all those reasons, I offer space in my other inboxes. And I'll never text first. And that's to affirm my role as I really want to ensure the sanctity of the relationship we have. And I have nothing to gain from you. And By that I mean that I will never ask for anything from you, and I only wish to give to you. But I certainly learn from you, and it's a gift to be able to communicate with all of you. So I hope that clarifies some of the context around accepting messages. Dear Billy, you ask, what does the spirit of the mother mean? Like energy of the earth? I like that interpretation. Yeah, you're right. And any other way that makes sense to you, you are right. Welcome, dear King Bozo. And Lynn, hello. Thank you, dear freed soul, for finding beauty in our shared soul. Hello, dear Justin. Thank you for asking. I'm doing well. How are you? And hello, Kim. Hello, Renvox. It's amazing that you were able to get off easily, dear Sunseeker. That is certainly, at least according to my experience, a miracle, and I love that for you. And maybe you were doing something that I haven't been doing, and so if you do have any insight, I'd certainly be open. Oh, dear Sky Guardian, you're always welcome to share your views, as is everyone. And I want you to engage. You know, there's the reason this portion of the Saṅgha is called Manana, and Manana in Sanskrit most literally translates to debate. Just not an angry kind of debate. A debate, a playful kind of bouncing off of ideas and perspectives off of each other, and I encourage you to do so. It can really help to understand each other, as long as we are being respectful. That's all I ask. Dear Justin, you share, you're getting older and feel young still. You're 30 on the 30th. Well, what's the name for that? I learned recently there's a name for when you're turning a given year on the same number of the month, same day of the month. A golden birthday, a champagne birthday. I guess there's lots of different terms for it. Yeah. Well, it's an extra special birthday this year for you, and we're still a few weeks away, but in case I don't see you, may you have a wonderful birthday, and I'm happy to hear of your eternal youth. What does that mean, Anna? Put the chair away, Gregor. What does that mean? I'm out of context. Who's got a chair that they need to put away? I just find that so funny. Telling someone in chat, put the chair away. I hope all is well. Alright, dear Billy, your answer to the question of the day is, you think when the spirit of the mother is awakened, the vibrational energy of humankind increases, and we all heal and evolve together. I love that. Your association with energy, vibration, healing, and evolution certainly is the nature of the mother. You may be in Japan for your next birthday, dear Justin. I dream of going to Japan more often than a lot of other places, interestingly enough. Japan feels like a very sacred part of this world. Mariham, you ask, when is my birthday? My birthday is every day. Every day I successfully complete another lap around the sun, I just start counting differently. No, but this body came out of my mother's womb on the 1st of October, 2001. Which is really neat to me because in binary, if you take a pair of digits, then that's 011001, 1st of October, 2001, or if you do it in the American format, it's 100101. Binary. Now, I should have just been born at 1:01 in the morning too. That would have been great. But alas, it was 8:08 in the morning, which is still a pretty satisfying palindrome, I must admit. But if only it was 1:01. Alright, dear Sky Guardian, as you wish. I respect your wish to just chill here, to encourage and do seva. And thank you, Gavi, for your follow. And did I thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the rose you had sent most recently? I give you a mantra anyway. Om Dham Namaschandarai. Wow, what a name that is, dear Zoe. Have I looked at my astrocartography chart? You wonder if Japan has any placement in that? I have never heard of an astrocartography chart. But perhaps. And thank you, dear Sun Seeker, for the heart me that you shared. I have a special mantra for you. It's a great mantra. Aghorebhyo ta, ghorebhyo, aghora ghore dharebhyaha, sarvatash sarva sarvebhyo, namaste rudra rupebhyaha. That means salutations to everything beyond fear, everything within fear, and everything in between and beyond fear. Essentially. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Anazek. Dear Jessie, you ask, was I always at peace? No. And no one is. So it leaves the other possibility. At one point I did struggle, and I am still struggling in many ways. I think we all are. And we have to in order to come to peace. Peace is not the absence or the alternative to struggle. It's the fruit of struggle. If you keep watering all your needs in the form of the struggle, and you let it grow and grow, not the level that you're struggling, but just the process that you're involved in, then the fruit of all of that, the ultimate conclusion, is peace. And the more you struggle, the more peace you'll find. That's to affirm. If ever you see someone who appears to be very peaceful, if they are deeply peaceful, then they have struggled through something, just like you may be struggling with something at this moment. And they are not showing you a life that you could have in another timeline, but a life that you will have if you continue along your timeline. Now, dear Babblefishy, speaking of growing, how is my lovely plant, you ask? Oh, dear Tulasi Devi, you remember, she has passed from her body. She has left her body, and she has now given me the opportunity to make a mala out of the wood in her stems and roots. Tulasi amrita janmasi sada tvam keshava priya keshavartam inomi tvam Sharada Bhava Namostute. Thank you, dear Renvox, for your fest burst. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. You ask, am I ignoring you? Oh dear, no. I'm sorry. I hadn't seen your previous comments. Generally, my eyes are drawn first to the comments that have a question mark at the end, as someone is inviting in some attention that they deserve to have. But I hope to be able to include all comments, statements included. I apologize if I haven't acknowledged yours. Dear Billy, you share about putting the chair away. Oh yes. Anna said to Gregor G that some jokes only make sense in Portuguese. Well, now I'm fascinated. I think it's such a funny expression. And it's funnier because I don't have context. Dear Dawn, you ask, is the mantra of the crown like how Om is the mantra of the third eye? Actually, they both share the same mantra. And that's because the crown chakra isn't actually a chakra, technically speaking. It's kind of like 0. It's just something entirely different than the other numbers. Every other number has a kind of value, and we group in 0 even though it literally does not have a value like the rest. It's like how silence is a kind of sound, but at the same time it's very different than all other kinds of sounds. So we group in this energy center we call the crown with the other energy centers we call chakras. So it inherits the mantra from the next main chakra, which is the third eye. Some people find that not satisfying, And so they create a variation between the Om of the third eye and the Om of the crown. So you might have seen it rendered differently. But traditionally, the mantra of the third eye and the crown are the same. And even more traditionally, the crown doesn't even have a mantra, it's just silence. But the Om of the third eye leads you to the very same state that the crown chakra represents. Is my cold gone? Asks Renvox. It sounds like it. You know, it's something you don't really think about when you're slowly getting better, you know? It's one of those days you're just better and you don't even realize it. So thank you for noticing. Yeah, you know, I do feel a lot better. I'm sure my body is still healing in small ways still. That does make sense, shares Dawn. As that is very satisfying. I'm happy to hear that. A mystery, a really big mystery that I haven't been able to figure out. Believe me, I've tried. This may drive you a little crazy too, now that you know it. So if you've seen artwork for the chakras, you'll know that at the center of each chakra is the Devanagari letter for the corresponding mantra. For example, in the root chakra is the letter Ram. That's the mantra for the root. Ram. Something you might also want to know is that people often add a triangle, but that's not actually part of the letter. I think at some point this is what happened. Someone drew a triangle for artistic reasons in the root chakra, and then people who haven't yet learned Devanagari, the script, they think it's a part of the letter, so now every rendition has the triangle inside now. I think that's kind of funny. It's like a game of chakra telephone. Anyway, it's a beautiful addition. The root chakra is associated with triangles and other shapes. But that's not what's going to drive you crazy. What's going to drive you crazy is the symbol for the mantra of the third eye is this. And that's differentiated from the symbol for the mantra in the crown, which of course is the regular symbol for Om. So if this is Om, if that's the symbol for Om, then what is this? The simple answer, it's something new. I don't know. Someone made it up. And just like the game of telephone with the triangle and the lam, it just kind of stuck. But as far as I know, it's not a letter in the Devanagari alphabet. It doesn't correspond to any sound. I think that's funny. Maybe it's a letter in Tamil, shares Gregarji. That's a possibility. Then the question would be, why is it that all other chakras have Devanagari letters, but the third eye has a Tamil letter? And it would have to be a combination of Tamil with Devanagari, because you can tell that it's inspired by Devanagari. The various letters in Devanagari have overlaps in their brushstrokes, you could say. And it's clear in whatever that symbol is, that it shares the Chandra Bindu of the Om And it shares this symbol from the letter U, which looks very similar, but notice the horizontal line at the top, as well as the start of other vowels like A, which exist in the script. The closest thing it could be is U with a Chandra Bindu, which would make it It would make it the letter U-M. But as far as I know, that's not one of the Bija mantras. So it's a great mystery. What is this? How did that symbol get there in all of the chakra artwork? I have no idea. Thank you, Queen Walk. Queen Walk. Oh my goodness. Queen Rock forever for the trio of team bracelets that you sent. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Babelfishy, thank you for your finger heart. Ram Ram. And dear David, thank you for your heart meat. And tiny yippee. And the only yes, you're curious, why does Om have the number 3 in writing? Oh, that's just a coincidence, really. It comes from, I'll show you why Om looks the way it does. It's beautiful. It's a ligature. Ligature is a combination of different letters. So Om is made up of 3 sounds. It's made up of an akara, it's made up of an ukara, and it has a Chandra Bindu, which is what's responsible for the nasalized sound at the end that goes over top of a letter. So if you take the left part of the A, the right part of the U, and the Chandra Bindu, they come together to make the symbol that we know and recognize as Om. So it's a combination of 3 different letters. That third sound, the Chandra Bindu, is not actually the letter M, but a pure nasal sound, as Greg Argia is sharing. I'm not sure if it disconnected you on your end, but when I cleared the drawing, it also cleared my whole live stream. That's a powerful eraser. You can erase even the live stream. Am I back? I hope I am. Thank you, dear Dr. Jenny, for your trio of roses. And tiny yippee! We are back. Thank you for letting me know, everyone. Dear Chloe, you share. You have work tomorrow, so you're pretty stressed. I understand. It's not uncommon to associate stress with work, but you don't have to, because you are going to do your best no matter what. And that's enough. You don't have to worry about meeting any expectation other than just the realistic goals you set for yourself. And maybe that just means showing up for you. Maybe your biggest goal is to show up, and that's enough for you to feel proud of yourself. If you can manage your expectations in that way, so much stress becomes reduced like that. Dear Dawn, you ask a great question. If the crown is silent, how does one meditate on chakras higher than the crown? Excellent question. The crown is the highest, but not necessarily physically the highest. There are some chakras considered symbolically above the head, but the crown is the highest spiritually, in the sense that if you open up the chakra, everything else, open up the crown, everything else opens up. And our gateway to that is symbolically situated, where the parts of our skull fuse together, and the soul is said to enter the body. Dear the only S, you're wondering if you can join the live tonight. Well, I'm already grateful for the way in which you've joined by expressing yourself in the comments. I would love to wait until the time feels right. And soon, my friend. As for now, I thank you for your understanding and patience. Dear Anazak, thank you for the friendship necklace that you had sent. Om Krim Kali Kaye Namaha. And dear Queen Rock Forever, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. I'm happy you love the hat, dear Leona. And welcome Yoga Swara Pratama. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Dear Liz, you share. Your boyfriend works 24 hours for fire, and my lives help so much those nights. And you have a big interview tomorrow too. We have such a selfless boyfriend serving people over the course of 24 hours in such situations that demand so much. That's amazing. And I hope that us being together in this space doesn't take away from anything in the relationship you have, in the sense that I am not filling a need that can come from him. But I'm very grateful to have you here, and your interview will go well, I'm sure. I think you're hungry, Kev. Background sounds like steaks cooking. Good night, dear Chloe. Dear Kristen, you share that your root chakra closed, but your other chakras open. You're not grounded. What to do? Do you spend a lot of time in nature? Most important question. when it comes to the root. Do you get enough fresh air? Have you hugged a tree in a while? Do you have plants to take care of? Is there a big body of water that you can sit in front of? That would help. Barefoot in the grass, even that. Wonderful thing you can do. Dear Dawn, you ask, should you be interested in all the other 30 chakras below and above and around, or do we wait until after death? It's a good question. You don't have to worry about any of them, actually, because they all open naturally through other means. It's just like if you're living healthily, you don't have to worry about how the heart functions. You don't have to know the way in which your biology works. If you are living in such a way that everything operates smoothly, everything will unfold naturally. It's just for a teacher, really, to know these things, to be able to identify in other students and be able to provide practical life advice for how they can change some things around them. But for most students, like ourselves, all we have to do is try to live as well-rounded of a life as we can, and the energies will naturally be going higher and higher, and they will open. That is to say, your chakras are going to open whether or not you're aware of them. So being conscious of them is not necessary for them to open. What is necessary is living accordingly to what each of them represent. So yeah, you especially don't have to be overwhelmed by the number of all of them, including the micro ones, the mini ones. However, we do have an extra special meditation planned tonight that will address all of them. So if you can stay awake until then, I think you're in for a treat. Dear Sun Seeker, you share you meditate barefoot, sat with your back on the tray. I love that. That's hella grounded. Bleezy bleezy, you're wondering when that is? Well, it's a good question. I suppose probably it doesn't matter too much. If you all want to do it now, we can do it now. Otherwise, I would wait probably another hour or so. It's up to you. We can do a vote. I can make a poll on the screen. Democracy. A quick poll, okay. I've never set one up like this before, so... do I get to choose the emojis? This is... Oh my goodness. This is hilarious. Okay. So the poll works by, I believe, typing the exact emoji that you'll see on screen. For the smiling emoji, means we'll do it now. Like, yeah, I'm so excited to do a meditation. We'll start right now. The absolutely bawling, crying emoji means, okay, I guess I can wait until later. Here's a 1-minute poll starting now. So it's a very specific happy face emoji and crying emoji. Hopefully you can see on screen. I think the facial expression might influence your decision. I don't know. But so far it's looking like a tie. Usually meditation signals the end of a live, however. So it's up to you whether you want to continue our Q&A, the conversation-based portion of our Saṅgha, or go quickly into our ending segment of the live. But maybe we can do another meditation after some more. Okay, most people want to meditate now. We can do a meditation now. We can meditate and then continue with the chat, and then I'll end with another meditation. I'll just have to improvise it at the end, which is no problem. I like the challenge. Well, the Saṅgha has spoken. We'll transition briefly into Nididhyasana. Yeah, that's a great idea, Billy. We can do another meditation for physical healing later. You may have heard of some of the chakras. You may have done a meditation on one of them, maybe a couple of them. Maybe you did a meditation that directed on all of the lower ones, or maybe you did a meditation on all of the 7 main chakras. But I guarantee that you've never participated in a meditation that goes through all 112 chakras, one by one. Nor do I reckon you've ever heard the names of all 112 chakras. So, for the first time, probably ever, in a public context, we will be going through each of the 112 chakras, focusing one by one. For those that would like to know more, this is taken from a sacred text called the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. That's Vijnana, Vijnana, Bhairava, Bhairava, Tantra, Tantra. In it is a conversation between consciousness and energy, between Shiva and Shakti. And Shakti asks about all the different ways to enlightenment, and Shiva gives 112 corresponding to every energy point in the intersection of all the 72,000 nadis, or energy channels for prana, in the body. Now I want you to sit in a position that is most comfortable. That is, if you prefer to sit, it is traditionally recommended to sit cross-legged with your spine straight, shoulders dropped, hands in your lap facing upwards, eyes half open, watching your breath. Let's begin with the first, the Prana Bindu Chakra. This method of attaining peace is found by focusing on the starting point of your breath. Continue to observe your breath. Notice that there becomes an origin from where the breath begins. And as you continue to focus on your breath, you may notice that that beginning has a beginning, and slowly the origin becomes pushed back and back and back and back. Simply by finding where the breath begins, can you awaken? Notice that initial impulse to breathe, just as you took your first breath when you were born. From where does that originate? And as we go through each of these chakras, allow yourself to freely move from each part of this meditation to the next, trusting in your own body or subconscious ability to continue opening the previous chakras. So don't feel overwhelmed as we move on. Next is the Madhya Kumbhaka Chakra. The second, it is opened by concentrating on the moments between your inhalation and your exhalation. Observe the expansiveness that you may dissolve into in between the inhale and exhale. Find that space. As if in each moment of breath retention, at the top and bottom of each cycle, you can be reborn, as if there was a knock on the door of your heart, just at that instant, that the pressure inside and outside becomes balanced, and your breath becomes still. This leads to the third chakra, called the Nishbanda. To open it, focus on the stillness when the breath doesn't move. You may find yourself naturally lengthening the time in between inhale and exhale, exhale and inhale. Expand that stillness. As the great yogi Paramahansa Yogananda once said, "In breathlessness is deathlessness." to open the fourth chakra, called the Purna Shunya Chakra. Breathe fully. Exhale completely. With every ounce of breath in your system released, and pause in the void. And feel yourself expand in that stillness into an infinite void. To open the fifth chakra, the Sushumna Surya Chakra. Fill that void with sun-like energy, with your own power of visualization, moving from the base, your tailbone, all the way to the crown. Just like a ladder of light, extending from the depths of that void to the highest reaches of yourself. Next, to open the Urdhva Shakti Chakra, the sixth, ponder on that ascending electric-like energy. Feel the vibration of that light as it zaps each cell in your being awake. Next, to open the seventh, the Akshara Rasa Chakra. We reflect on each of the 16 Sanskrit vowels as sensations. If you know them, you may chant along with me. Otherwise, listen to my recitation of the 16 seeds of sound. I, U, E, I, O, Au, Aha, I, U, E, I, O, Au, Aha. I, U, E, I, O, O, I, U, E, I, O, Au, I, U, E, I, O, Au, I, U, E, I, O, I, U, E, I, O, Au, I, U, e, I, o, au, aha. Next, to open the 8th chakra, the Lalata Brahmadhya chakra. Direct the breath energy from the mouth's roof to between the eyebrows. For this, put your tongue in retroflex position and try to reach back as far as you can, ideally to the soft palate. That is called Mini Kechari Mudra. If you're blessed with some skaras from a past life due to the performance of Talabya Kriya, then you will be able to perform small Kechari Mudra and touch your uvula. And through austerities such as Talabya Kriya and tongue lengthening, you will eventually be able to bring your tongue into the nasal pharynx and achieve the full Kechari Mudra. But it's not necessary, nor is expected in this context. And as you do that, you may feel a connection is made between your throat chakra and your third eye, and your tongue serves as the bridge between the energy below your jaw and the energy above the roof of your mouth. Pressing your tongue into the roof as far back as you can allows the energy to flow into your third eye, and that's called Kechari Mudra. So feel the energy go through your tongue, up in between your two eyebrows, into the Ajna chakra. You may feel an electric-like sensation. To open the 9th chakra, the Panchavarna Shunya chakra, we visualize 5 hues representing sensory emptiness. These 5 hues correspond to red, yellow, green, blue, and violet. In the energy space of your mental body, fill yourself with this rainbow from red, yellow, green, blue to violet. To open the 10th chakra, the Saṅgha chakra, immerse yourself in your own consciousness. Feel that part which is teeming with awareness and dissolve into that, into the space of your own awareness. Become one. To open the 11th chakra, the Antaralakshya Chakra. With eyes closed, bring your focus to inside the head. Instead of focusing on anything outside of your body, concentrate it one-pointedly, the center of your head, where you feel that I exists. To open the 12th chakra, the Sushumna Shunya Chakra. Reflect on emptiness within the central channel of your spine. Fill the Sushumna Nadi, the energy channel of your spine, with a space of truth, consciousness, and bliss. Drain your spine of any sensation other than your awareness upon it. To open the Mudra Laya Chakra, take a hand gesture of your choosing. For example, your index finger pressing against your thumb is an example of a mudra. And focus on the point between your finger and thumb until that point itself vanishes and a closed loop is found, as if there were no point of contact between your thumb and finger. Just dissolve that point. To open the 14th, the Brahmarandra Chakra, you may reflect on the very cowlick of your head, the point in which your hair spirals around naturally. Imagine a knot being untied there, inviting in energy from the whole of the cosmos. Imagine pulling at the ends of the strings of that knot until it seamlessly and miraculously dissolves. To open the 15th, the Anahatanada Chakra, tune into the continuous silent sound within your heart. Feel the presence of silence within your heart and listen to that. That silence may even begin to sound like the mantra Soham, which means in Sanskrit, I am that. That I am. To open the 16th, the Pranavashanta Chakra, we chant Om, but bring our focus on the ensuing silence rather than the constituent parts of Om. To open the Mantranta Shunya Chakra, expand that Om into a mantra of your choosing and focus on the silence before and after the mantra chanting. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. 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 To open the 18th, the Nada Anusandhana Chakra. Listen closely with all of your intention to continuous musical notes. To open the 19th, the Bija Mantra Chakra, chant seed mantras and immerse yourself, this time, in their resonance. Om Haum Sum Sah. Om Bhuvasvaha. Swaha. Om Saha Jom Haum Om Krim Kring Hring Aim Swaha. To open the 20th, the Sarvatoshunya Chakra. Reflect on the vast emptiness in all directions. Feel the whole universe spanning above and below, forward, backward, to the left and to the right. Feel the emptiness, the spaciousness spanning the entirety of reality. To open the 21st, the Urdhva Shunya Chakra. Ponder just on the emptiness above and below. Consider a column stretching through your spine, continuing upwards ad infinitum, and a column stretching below you through the core of the earth and beyond ad infinitum. And feel the emptiness just in that column of the universe which you occupy. Next, to open the 22nd, the Hridaya Shunya Chakra. Reflect on the void within your heart. Feel just how much room exists in your heart. To open the 23rd, the Shunyakaya Chakra. Visualize your whole body as entirely hollow. Imagine that the surface were only a thin film, simply an energetic boundary, holding nothing but empty space. To open the 24th, the Dhatu Shunya Chakra. Consider each body part one by one as filled with void. Each toe starting from your biggest, the next, the third, the fourth, and the pinky toes. Fill your whole foot with void. Consider your whole leg as filled with void. Your other leg as filled with void. Your torso filled with void. Your left arm filled with void. Your right arm filled with void. and your head and neck is filled with void. To open the Twach chakra, the 25th, visualize your skin as a barrier with nothing inside. Just vast, beautiful, spacious emptiness. To open the 27th chakra, called the Nabhi Hridkant chakra, bring your attention 5-pointedly to your navel, the center beneath your belly button, your heart, your throat, your forehead, and your crown. Visualize the energy points in these 5 places. Navel, heart, throat, forehead, crown. Navel, heart, throat, forehead, crown. To open 28th, the Dhyana Kendra chakra, continuously concentrate on the aforementioned centers, deepening your piercing gaze into these 5 points. As if they were about to burst into flames. To open the 29th chakra, called the Agni Pravesha chakra, visualize your whole body consumed by fire, starting with the right foot. Imagine those flames creeping up your ankle, consuming your right leg, then your left leg, then each arm, torso, neck and head, as if you were erupting, just like the sun, into a blazing, ecstatic fire of euphoria. To open the 30th chakra, the Jagat Daha chakra, imagine that flame expanding and engulfing the whole of the world. As if this whole world were to become just like our sun. Pure light, heat, energy, fire. To open the 31st chakra, the Tattva Laya chakra, visualize elements dissolving into their essence. Imagine the earth liquefying into water. Imagine that water getting burned up by fire. Imagine that fire cooling into air, and that air dissolving into empty space. To open the 32nd chakra, the Prana Shuddhi chakra, after refining your breath, making it subtler and subtler, again, focus on the breath's origin, the place from which the prana, or the breath, comes. As you continuously make your breath quieter and smoother and more still, consider where this breath arises. To open the 33rd, the Shrishti Pralaya chakra, reflect on the whole universe's evolution and deconstruction. Imagine worlds coming in and out of being, stars forming, going supernova, civilization rising, expanding, gracefully returning back into the world being dissolved by the sun as it expands, as it sheds its outer layers, as the black holes, the center of our galaxies, consume its dust, and the universe returns to the source from which it has come, spanning all of space and time. To open the 34th chakra, the Atma Chintana chakra, ponder now on your inner self. Feel that part of you which is the innermost essence of your being. Bring your attention from the parts of you that feel more and more outward, and bring it more and more inward. Next, to open the 35th, the Vishvashunya chakra. Visualize the whole universe as if it were completely empty. Total nothingness everywhere around you. Now, to open the 36th, the Dravya Akasha chakra. Consider any object whatsoever, either in your mind's eye or in the world around you, and focus on the space inside that object, ignoring boundaries. To open the 37th, the Nirvikalpa Bhumi chakra. Gaze upon an open area devoid of structures. This could be an open field, clearing in the forest, sky above you, maybe a part of your room that is very empty, devoid of structures. Otherwise, imagine such an expansive space without anything being built, just natural expanse. To open the 38th, the Vichara Sandhi Chakra, recognize the interval between two thoughts. Observe the subtle flow of information and idea in your mind, and notice where one thought ends and another begins. Recognize the space between. To open the 39th, the Mano Nirodha Chakra, prevent your mind from jumping to another thought. Whatever that thought is right now in your mind, keep it there. Even if it feels like that thought has already come to deliver what information it has into your conscious space, continue in that thought. Don't jump anywhere else. Stay on that thought. Every time you feel that jump, just stay. The urge to move to the next idea, don't. To open the 40th chakra, called the Chaitanya Sarvagata Chakra, reflect on your body and the universe as consciousness. Don't think of your body or anything outside of it as something different than pure Chaitanya, pure conscious awareness itself. To open the 41st, the Prana Sandhi Chakra, concentrate on the Sandhi, the merging of your inhalation and exhalation. Feel like you are inhaling as you exhale. And imagine that you are exhaling as you inhale. Merge the idea of expansion and contraction as one. Blur the lines. Merge your inhale and exhale. When you breathe out, feel like you are breathing in. And when you breathe in, feel like you are breathing out. To To open the 42nd chakra, the Ananda Purna chakra, visualize the universe and body filled with pure joy. Every part of your body and universe visualize as teeming with joy. Ananda. As if the whole universe was smiling and laughing along with your body, just in its presence. To open the 43rd chakra, the Chamatkara Ananda chakra, reflect on those magical moments in your life and the joy within them. Maybe that's the first scoop of peanut butter, the birth of your child, a time you really knew what it's like to forgive, being thrown in the air as a baby and caught again safely, finally completing that hard level in a video game, being able to finish your PhD dissertation and present it, when you're finally able to purchase that car or house you've always wanted, when a magician was able to inspire the suspension of disbelief, sunset, sunrise, the miracle of a new day. Reflect on the joy in those magical moments. To open the 44th, the Mudra Sushumna chakra, focus on sensation as energy ascends your central channel, your spine. Feel like there's something tingling as it gets higher and higher up your spine, up the back of your head, and bursting out the crown. Feel the flow of energy rise and rise within you, like a barbershop pole. To open the 45th chakra, the Kandaspanda chakra, focus between expansion and contraction near the base of your spine. In between the expansion and contraction of your breath, filling and releasing all the energy in your whole body. What happens in between the two, near the base of your spine? What remains still? To open the 46th, the Maithuna Ananda chakra, immerse yourself in the pleasure of intimacy. Bring to mind a pure, intimate moment and the pleasure, and immerse yourself one-pointedly in that. Maybe it's the pleasure between two lovers, or the pleasure of knowing one another through other kinds of relationships, and the many different kinds of intimacy that exist between everyone. Feel yourself immersed in the pleasure. To open the 47th, the Ananda Chakra. Relish the joy, reminiscent of intimacy, but in your solitude. That is to say, enjoy the reminiscing itself, the ability to look back on these memories, how you are allowed to keep these beautiful moments inside you, and they live on with you. Relish the joy of that possibility to remember. To open the 48th chakra, the Mitra Sangama Chakra. Think of the joy of reuniting with a long-lost friend. Smiles on your faces, the embrace, the surprise, the deep resolution, the conclusion. Feeling of completion and the beginning of so many new journeys ahead. To open the 49th chakra, the Rasa Asvadana Chakra. Savor the pleasure from delicious food and drink. Feel that relief you get when you bite into your favorite meal or sip from your favorite tea. Maybe you've gone without food. Maybe you fasted. Maybe you recognize just how important it is to feed yourself, and how lovely it is that taking care of your body can be such an enjoyable experience. To open the 50th chakra, the Sangeeta Ananda Chakra. Delight and joy evoked by music. Think about all the connection made through music, concerts, symphonies, your favorite songs, the joy of creating playlists on Spotify, sharing your own creative expression by the instruments of your life. Delight in that joy evoked by music. To open the 51st chakra, the Shanti Sthana Chakra. direct attention to where you find peace. Wherever that is for you, you know it. It may be different for all of us. Where do you find peace? Bring your attention there. It could be your job, could be your bed, could be your friends, could be your family, could be your bath, could be your hobby. Whatever it is, think about that. Direct your attention to the peace you get from those things. To open the 52nd chakra, the Jagrat Swapna Sandhi chakra, focus on that transitioning state from wakefulness to sleep. Beautiful Morpheus, as you go from waking consciousness into sub and unconsciousness. Feel that gradient where you slip away into the recesses of your own inner world, leaving the outer world behind to rest and reunite with Source. Think about that transition. To open the 53rd chakra, the Jyoti Prabha chakra, gaze upon rays from luminous sources. Perhaps a bright fire, perhaps the light coming from a lamp, or the moon, or the sun. Think about that luminosity, the brightness. Visualize just how bright light can get. Gaze upon that luminosity. The 54th chakra, the Asana Mudra chakra. This is opened by engaging in specific postures and gestures. Just feel the precision of one particular mudra, position of hand, or asana, position of your body. Find precision in that. Maybe you move your thumb across your index finger right to the point, the dip itself. Go from one finger to another. Maybe you stretch your body in a yoga pose that makes sense to you. Just find completeness for a moment in these various asanas and mudras, in the position of your body, in the orientation of your limbs, and the relative distances between each body part, the geometry of it all, the angles between each joint, the utter perfection of your physical structure. Now we're halfway there. To open the 56th chakra, the Ankura Darshana chakra, sit arching your arms overhead, directing your gaze near to your armpits. To open the 57th chakra, the Bahya Andhara chakra, fixate outwardly, then turn your attention inward. Observe something in your surroundings, fixate on that, and then withdraw inward. To open the 58th chakra, the Khechari Mudra chakra. Again, bring your tongue back as far as you can, curling the tip underneath from your hard palate to your soft palate, as close as you can get to your uvula. And listen to the sound of your breath as it's affected by the way you position your tongue, like a silent To open the 59th, the Anashraya chakra, visualize yourself being totally unsupported. Free floating, stable and centered as you are, without any external support. To open the 60th chakra, the Lolanga chakra. Sway your body rhythmically. To open the 61st chakra, the Nirabra Akasha chakra. Direct your gaze to clear, cloudless sky. And if that's not available, visualize a sky in your mind without any stars, without any clouds, just a bright blue expanse. No sun, no moon. Perfectly clear sky. To open the 62nd chakra, the Shirha Akasha chakra. Visualize the vastness of space within your own head. as if there's enough room to fit the whole of the universe in your own head. To open the 63rd chakra, the Turiya chakra, recognize the three states and the transcendent fourth, Turiya. There's waking, there's dreaming, and there's deep sleeping, and then there's the fourth. There's sleep, there's dream, there's wakefulness, and Turiya, the fourth. There's the one who is awake, there is the one who is asleep, and there is the one who is dreaming, and then there is the one who is transcendent to all three. To open the 64th, the Amavasya Dimira chakra, focus on darkness during a moonless night. Night hath come, no moon in sight, just leaving vast dark night. To open the 65th chakra, the Tamas chakra, concentrate on internal darkness with your eyes shut. Look at the darkness within. To open the 66th chakra, the Indriya Nirodha chakra, lock one of your senses. Imagine cutting yourself off from sight, sound, feeling, taste, or smell. Suddenly and abruptly, imagine as though you did not have that sense anymore. Withdraw your awareness from that sense, from that Indriya. For a moment, become blind, become deaf, or without the ability to smell, taste, or touch. Pacify that sense. To open the 67th chakra, the Akara Japa chakra, chant the letter A without additional sounds. This is the Sanskrit letter A called the Akara, and it comes in two forms, one short and one long, A and A. This is the short. Refine that sound so it doesn't sound like anything else. Just a perfect akara. Or make make it continuous. To open the 68th chakra, the Akshara Shunya chakra, focus on the silence at the end of a chant. To open the 69th chakra, called the Sarvatma Akasha chakra, reflect on infinite space as your essence. Consider empty space, infinite space, as the essence of yourself. You are, in essence, infinite space. To open the 70th chakra, Bhedana Bindu chakra, consider a point on your body being pierced and concentrate on that spot. Without causing harm to your body, you may involve an instrument that is not going to actually pierce the skin, but create a concentration of pressure on one point. For example, you could use your thumbnail and press into your palm, or your fingernail, push against the center between your eyebrows. Concentrate on just the infinitesimal point of that sensation of being pierced. Or you can purely visualize a needle passing through you without causing harm, and you remaining perfectly together, untouched. But the sensation concentrated on a point you meditate upon. To open the 71st chakra, called the Amanaska chakra, reflect on the idea that inside me there's no mind. 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 To open the 72nd chakra, the Tattva Jnana chakra, understand each element's true essence. Consider the essence of earth, its soil, its grounding nature. its essence to be a womb for life. Understand its role in producing this body. Understand the essence of water, the elixir of life, the universal lubricant. The ocean, the river, the rains, the clouds. Isolate the essence of water. Understand that. Consider fire and its ability to purify, to give off light, heat, to consume, to awaken the fire in its adjacent surroundings. To bring all things to ashes. Understand the essence of fire. Bring your mind to air as the sky, wind, breath, expansion, contraction, pressure. Understand the essence of air and sky. And understand Akash, the space, the element, the quintessence that pervades them all. That no matter what happens in space, the space itself always remains there and unaffected, absolutely. To open the 73rd chakra, the Vikalpa Nashra chakra, the Vikalpa Nasha chakra. Consider the desires that creep into your mind and imagine dismissing them instantly as they emerge. Desire arises, dismissed. Desire beckons, dismissed. Dismissed, dismissed. Dismissed, dismissed, dismissed. Instantly, in the very same moment it appears, it is gone. To open the 74th chakra, the Koham chakra, reflect on the question, who am I? What is my being? Oh hum. Who am I? What is my nature? To whom do the questions arise? Who is seeking the answer? To open the 75th chakra, the Jnana Samvedana chakra, immerse yourself in emerging knowledge or desire. The the feeling of attaining something new. Immerse yourself in that process of becoming, of adding, of fulfilling. To open the 76th chakra, the Maya Viveka chakra, discern knowledge itself as having no base and ultimately being deceptive itself. Understand the limitation of knowledge. Let go of knowledge itself. Nothing to know. Go beyond knowledge. To open the 77th chakra, the Sarva Samana chakra, recognize everything as the same consciousness. Everything that arises to you, recognize as the same consciousness. Same consciousness. To open the 78th chakra, the Klesha Udasina chakra, stay focused amidst desire, anger, or envy. Consider being in the middle of intense forces of passion, but staying focused, calm, cool, collected, unshakable by the force of passion. To open the 79th chakra, the Maya Vilasa chakra, visualize the entire existence as a magical display. That everything that appears is magic. It's all magic. To open the 80th chakra, called the Sukha Dukkha Samatva chakra, stay neutral to pain and pleasure. Imagine being the same, regardless of pain or pleasure. You are neutral to them both. As you know yourself, not truly ever be in pain, and not truly ever satisfied by any pleasure. Remain stoic. To open the 81st chakra, the Sarva Vyapaka chakra, believe I am omnipresent. I am everywhere. Believe this. You may find me everything. I am in the tears of everyone who is suffering. I am in the joy of everyone who is happy. I am in the trees. I am in the birds flying in the breeze. I am in the wind. I am in the sun. I am in the moon. I am in the core of this world. I am in everything, both good and bad. I am omnipresent. To open the 82nd chakra, the Vritti Udbhava chakra, understand that desires emerge within and without. Desires come from us and they come from without. Desires are imprinted upon us by the world around, and they originate within our inability to wait them out patiently. Desires are a mutual process from within and without. To open the 83rd chakra, the Paramatma or the Paratma Samavesha chakra, believe that consciousness exists in others, that you are not the only one feeling this sense of beingness that seems so unique to you, but that same deepness and aliveness is in everyone. We all feel, I am here. To open the 84th chakra, the Niralamba chakra, free your mind from all anchors. Be not anchored by anything. Be a ship adrift, perfectly able to keep upright and still by your own nature alone. Free yourself from the need to be grounded by anything in particular and become groundless. To awaken the 85th, the Shivoham chakra, firmly believe, I am divine. I am divine. Shivoham. Shivoham. The divine is I, and I am the divine. I am thine, and you are mine, O divine. To open the 86th chakra, the Taranga Samudra chakra, reflect on how the universe emerges from the divine, just like waves emerge from the ocean. this whole universe is like a cascade of waves, arising, emanating, resonating, and reverberating from the divine. To open the 87th chakra, the Brahmana Stambhana chakra. Spin until you can't spin anymore, till you are exhausted from spinning. Then remain still. Imagine yourself moving and moving and moving around and around and around and around and around until you just give up and you splay on the ground in stillness. And you just drop and remain centered as the axis around which the whole world revolves, seemingly. To open the 88th chakra, the Trataka chakra, stare as long as you can without blinking. Fix your mind on anything in particular, and do not shutter your gaze from that. Keep your eyes and mind open to continue observing without any change in the way you perceive. To open the 89th chakra, the Shanmukhi Mudra chakra. Plug your ears and tune into the silent sound. Tune only into the sounds created from within. To open the 90th chakra, the Kupa Darshana chakra, gaze into the depths of a well. Consider before you a hollow space extending until you can't see anymore, and feel yourself getting drawn down that tunnel, which hath no apparent end. To open the 91st chakra, the Sarvatra Shiva chakra, reflect on divine presence wherever the mind wanders. Mind wandering into food, divine presence in the food, the ability to give nutrients, the ability to have been grown from the soil. Mind wanders to an insecurity, divine presence in our ability to love ourselves more, understand our true self as beyond limitation. Mind wanders to our responsibilities, divine presence and the ability to serve others. Mind wanders to our friends and family, divine presence and the joy we share together. open the 92nd chakra, the Indriya Chaitanya chakra. Reflect on all sensory organs and experiences as universal awareness. Sight, universal awareness. Sound, universal awareness. Taste, universal awareness. Smell, universal awareness. Touch, universal awareness. To open the 93rd chakra, the Rasa Advaya chakra, recognize enlightenment in intense emotions. Feel that point of freedom at the peak of very deep, very raw, and very real emotions. Recognize enlightenment in despair, in fury, in agony, in ecstasy, in being terrified. Recognize enlightenment in the intensity of all feelings. You are free. To open the 94th chakra, called the Smriti Shunya chakra, let go of memories and feel weightless. Just imagine dropping all memories behind and feeling just like a newborn baby, absolutely light, free to experience new things without any prior association. To open the 95th chakra, the Nimilana Unmilana chakra, stare at something, withdraw your gaze, and then erase the memory of that object from your mind. Bring your attention one-pointedly on something. Gain the memory of that object, imprinting your mind. Consider its form. Stare at it unrelentlessly, or without relinquishing your gaze. Relentlessly. Then withdraw your attention and annihilate that impression from your mind. As if you never saw it. To open the 96th chakra, the Bhakti Rasa chakra, reflect on profound emotion from deep devotion. Feel your devotion deepen towards anything. And reflect on the profound emotion that generates within you. To open the 97th chakra, the Abhava Darshana chakra, focus on emptiness an object creates for others. Consider any object in particular and focus on the emptiness that it creates for others. To open the 98th chakra, called the Mana Shanti Chakra, recognize enlightenment when the mind is calm. Enlightenment in the calmness of mind. Recognize that. To open the 99th chakra, called the Sarva Shiva Maya Chakra, understand the divine is evident everywhere. All things are evidence of the divine. The divine is evident in happiness. The divine is evident in sorrow. The divine is evident in pain. The divine is evident in pleasure. The divine is evident in the sun. The divine is evident in the moon. The divine is evident in everyone. And the divine is evident within you. To open the 100th chakra, called the Samatva Bhava Chakra, remain neutral in all situations, regardless of what is happening. Maintain your neutrality. Do what you can, but not from a feeling of attachment or aversion in either way. Inwardly, remain neutral. To open the 101st chakra, the Vairagya Chakra, become neither attached nor averse by anything. When anything appears to you, feel not a pull or a push, but a stillness and an acceptance. To open the 102nd chakra, called the Achintya Shunya Chakra, reflect on the incomprehensible, omnipresent divine. Lose yourself in just the utter surreality of existence, and how it is beyond our ability to wrap our minds around. That what has the power to allow this universe to be in such a magnificent process, that surely is divine. To open the 103rd chakra, the Bahir Akasha chakra, focus on the vast outer space. So much distance between our Earth and our moon. So much more between our system and another planet. So much space between our solar system and another star. So much space between ours and the center of our galaxy. So much space between our galaxy and another. So much space in the vastness of the universe. To open the 104th chakra, the Manaha Analamba chakra, redirect your mind again to remain anchorless. Continue to redirect it to an anchorless space within you, where you need no handholds, no footholds, no mind holds in order to feel steady, just as you are, ever stable, secure, still, silent as the stage of life. To open the 105th chakra, the Nama Japa chakra, continuously chant the names of the divine. Adonai, Elohim, Yeshua of Christos, Jesus Christ, Thor, Odin, Hecate, Shiva, Brahma, Allah, Shakti, Buddha, Om Ik Onkar, Vaheguru, God. To open the 106th chakra, the Aham chakra, reflect on concepts like I exist, this is mine, I am here, this is my body, this is my world, this is my mind, this is my favorite color, this is the love of my life, this is my humanity, this is my peace, I am what I am, I am here, this is me. And to open the 107th chakra, the Ananda Niralamba Chakra. Chant the qualities of the divine. That which is eternal, omnipresent, unsupported, invisible, unattached and formless, within all things, as everything, within you and I, the all-loving, all-compassionate, the infinitely wonderful, the knowledgeable one, the witness of thee, the spacious, the one in whom all things reside, love and light. To open the 108th chakra, called the Maya Vilasa Chakra, believe that this universe is an illusion. That this form is only a temporary experience, disguising something eternal, complete and unchanging. To open the 109th chakra, called the Nirguna Atma Chakra, reflect on the unchangeable self, devoid of attributes, Nirguna. That you are without form, without quality, without space, and without time. You are free from any characteristic, any trait. You are the space that allows all of them to find expression equally, succinctly. To open the 110th chakra, called the Pratibimba Chakra, reflect on the universe as a reflection without essence. That this whole universe is but a reflection of a source beyond, and we are merely seeing the reflection. If the reflection itself is so vast and intricate and beautiful, how must that source be? The penultimate chakra, the 111th, the Indriya Viveka Chakra. Distance yourself from sensory experiences. Feel sights, sounds, feelings as far away. Feel smells, fragrances, aromas, tastes as infinitely receding beyond the horizon. And yourself as something much, much beyond the senses. And last but not least, the final 112th chakra, called the Drugdrshya Advaita Chakra. Recognize the observer and the observed as one. That all you have to observe through all methods of experience, through the senses, through the mind, through everything subtler, between and beyond, you are both the one experiencing them and everything that is experienced. You cannot have a universe with an observer without something to observe, or something to observe but without an observer. They are inseparable companions and one. And that, taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, is all 112 ways to enlightenment, considered as energy points within this experience we call as chakras. May all of your chakras be open forever and always. And may you feel infinitely peaceful within yourself and the whole of the universe. Thank you for participating in probably the world's first public meditation on all 112 chakras, one by one. Namaste, Namostute, Namo Namaha. Now my attention can return on the comments. Hello everyone. I'm sure many people have come during the time that we were meditating, and many have gone. I see many of the same faces here. Sovereign Psychophant, you share we should do this one at least weekly. My goodness, how long was that? I wonder. Well, we probably spent about a minute on each one, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was a few hours. My goodness, it was exactly 2 hours and 39 seconds. Yeah. Well, we spent about a minute on all of the chakras. Alright. I think it was a blessing that we did a poll earlier to decide if we wanted to do the meditation early, because now we're ending at around an appropriate time. Otherwise, my goodness, we'd be very late indeed. Felt like 5-minute shares, Tati Monica. It did feel like it went by really quickly, but perhaps you're just being kind. You needed this, dear UK History Talk. I'm happy to hear that. Meditation was hard, the only S. You missed some and messed up on some. That's quite alright. No expectations to be perfect. And now should we do all the thousands of nadis as well for good measure, shares Greg RG? Well, ideally, since the chakras are the intersections from all the nadis, then you've already touched each one of your nadis. Probably more than once. So they're all taken into consideration. Purusha's mouth, you came halfway through, so only half your chakras are aligned. Don't worry. In the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the reason that there is this many is so that you can choose any one in particular at any time and completely dedicate yourself to complete enlightenment just through any one of these in particular. So truly, all of that was unnecessary. As we could have just spent 2 hours on any one of them and received the same effect. You loved this so much, dear Dr. Ginny. Well, thank you for telling me, everyone, how that experience was for you. It's helpful for me to know. Now, there was gifts sent while we were doing that. Allow me to acknowledge those who sent a gift. It might have been some hours since these were sent, so thank you for your patience. And if these wonderful souls have departed from this live stream, that's okay. I send my gratitude in their direction anyway. Let's see. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for the team power that you had sent hours ago by now, I'm sure. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Gabriella, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Dear Separatio, thank you for your fast burst. Om Namah Shivaya. Isabella, thank you for your cheer you up, heart me and team bracelet. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Elevate Souls Productions, thank you for your heart me. Om Rama, Om Rama. Bastion Silva, thank you for your rose. 12 roses, 16 of them, and another. Jaya Sachitanandam. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your donut, pair of perfumes, Rosa and Tiny Tinies. Yippee! Starlight, wow, thank you for your Tiny Tiny. Yahoo! Ragnhildur, thank you for your beautiful swan. Om Kham Jahnavyay Namaha. Thank you, dear Maya, for your roses in chat. And dear Doom Knight, thank you for your Tiny Tinies too. Nyam, 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 nyam. John Simon Ritchie, thank you for your heart me. Jaya Sitaram. And UK History Talk, thank you for your pair of Tiny Tinies as well. Yippee! Starlight, well, thank you for your flowers. Om Dham Namaschandraya. Leordati, thank you for your ice cream cone. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. And Nina, thank you for your heart me and Tiny Tiny too. Yahoo! Thank you, Billy, for your quartet of fast bursts. So I think we've come to the end of our live stream today. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to returning. If there's any way in which I can be a better host next time, do hold me accountable to that. And if there's something I wasn't able to attend to while live, then you're welcome to reach out on another platform. Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, even email. I will upload the meditation along with the reading of Moksha that we did earlier to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. But this space as a whole is going to be uploaded on my Yamsox ASMR YouTube channel, since today was ASMR Sunday. However, every other live is posted to the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. Oh, pardon me. Hello, dear Mirna. You wonder if I read again the messages of this chat? No, they are gone when the live ends, and they're not included in the recording. Which might be nice if you want to take a break from seeing all people different kinds express themselves and the chaos that can be sometimes on the YouTube channels. So thank you for being a part of the space, everyone. Thank you, Mid Jartai Handa, for your heart, me, and team bracelet. Sadhyo jatam prapadyami sadhyo jataya vai namo namaha bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavod bhavaya namaha. Thank you for the follow, dear Michael. Now, I entirely respect if anyone wants this live stream to be a random occurrence. But if you do want to make your way back here again, following will help you do that. It's never expected, though. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma satgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritangamaya. Om shanti 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 harihi om tat sat. That means lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in our hearts, peace in our environment, and peace in the forces that compel us. Dear Spitter, before we go, you ask if I have any motivation for you as you got work and construction at 4 in the morning. Remember that each nail that you hammer, each brick you lay, and drywall that you plaster, you are also interfacing directly with your own ability to create something in this world. Thus, you are adding not just to the world physically, but in your ability itself to serve it. Thus, you are undergoing construction within yourself simultaneously. Peace and love, dear Greg RG. Thank you very much, dear The Only S. I know you have so much to share, and I'm sorry that there hasn't been a moment where you've come up again to speak from the heart, but next time, my friend. Thank you to all my lovely moderators to help ensure the peace. And wherever you are in the world, be it your night, evening, afternoon, or morning, may you all have a wonderful rest of this present moment. Namaste.